Right? Need to make sure it's all working properly. There's a lot of stuff over here. I'm gonna like start deleting some of these things up here because you can see there's a lot here. Can I remove these? All this stuff up here that you see, this is like previous saves of stuff when I was testing stuff out. Every single time I make a new world, it actually just saves the data and stuff for like the mods and all that. It's just a quick folder, but I gotta delete all these. There's a lot. Delete. Mech training course and just something in my bag and delete that. That's just testing stuff out. Okay, so now that's done, if I click load game here, there we go, and we have all the normal worlds down here. Testing stuff out. Now, I did update the autoplay expansion, so now we can play that, and that's going to be really fun. Two main things I fixed. In the marketing we saw with those tripod mechs are falling over a lot. I did a quick fix that fixes that, and then I also fixed the NPC faction finally. I just had to replace the whole base, like all the units and everything, and that was done. That was it. So let's go ahead and make a new game here, and I'm gonna go ahead and load up that scenario. I'm hoping to play this scenario sometime eventually, just like a full playthrough at some point on stream. It'd be fun. Anyway, so we're gonna continue with this. The little tournament that we're doing. So, I don't know who's going to be battling this week. I'm going to wait for this to load before I actually roll the wheel to figure out who's battling. Alright, did it freeze? Or what's going on here? I'll have to give it a second. Okay, switch to game capture. Give me a second. There we go. I'm gonna assume it froze. I'm gonna stop the game here. This will just take a moment, and then I gotta reopen the game once it's done stopping, and then we can try to load up the scenario, and it should load fine. Alright. Let's try again. So now we have this one here. Just save the entire config so that'll load up properly. Alright, it's loaded properly now. I'll make sure I've joined the team. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and grab the wheel right now to figure out who is battling against who. So I'm gonna grab the RTS maps here, shuffle. And let's go and figure out who's going against who. It looks like we have the Crimean Khanate. Nice. Let's shuffle this again and spin again while we go and get the Crimean faction. Okay, so the Crimean Khanate versus Arabia. This is going to be an interesting battle. I'm not quite sure who's going to win this. So, Crimean Khanate is this faction here. And we fight against Arabia in the town map, which means we're going to remove a lot of buildings. Let's go ahead and start by grabbing this, and we're going to go over to that map, which is all over here. And put this all the way in the corner, just so that we have space to spawn stuff. We're going to get the other one and put it in the other corner. It's basically as far as I can. Maybe right there seems good. Perfect. Now we're going to go and get Arabia, which will be right over here. There you go. Let's go and spawn that in. Last one, I can actually close this tab over here. Okay, and now that we have that, what I'm gonna do is well, first I'm gonna turn off this projection here. We're gonna go all the way over here, and we're gonna go ahead and prepare this battle. There we go. Now that this is all set up, I just need to grab everything and transfer it to the correct factions. Go. I'm curious who's going to win this battle, because this battle can go either way. We've already seen the Free Tribes of Arabia in a previous match. They are very, very formidable. They have some pretty good early game. Well, their early game mechs are okay. They do have some very cheap early game ones, so they can get them pretty quickly. But the late game mechs are especially dangerous. Like, they do a lot of damage. They're more glass cannons, in this sense. This faction here is a bit different. So they have a couple unique things. For one, oh, this is actually a really neat battle. So, the Free Tribes of Arabia, they have camels that they can spawn. But the Khanates can spawn horses. So they are both completely evenly matched in their early game lineup. The thing is that the Crimean Khanate has some very, very powerful late game mechs that are massive. So they have a lot more health and a lot more armor. And that's gonna really shape this battle, as we're gonna see. I'm gonna start by removing all the buildings that are gonna be in the way of all of this. Just removing all these buildings to make sure things don't get stuck. And if things don't get stuck, everything will spawn a lot more smoothly. Less problems overall. There we go, let's move this one, and that one, and then we just need to remove this building right here. We don't want to remove an oil corpse. But now everything here is working perfectly. Now we just sit back and watch. So over here we can see slowly working on stuff, slowly saving up. They're not making anything yet. They've got their basic units. Over here we can see they're also just saving up. They did research something. It looks like a flamethrower unit. If you look over here, This faction hasn't really researched anything yet either. And with this one, they haven't researched anything yet. So, I know they did research. They got a Grenadier. Cool. So, it's the basic early game startup. You know, everyone's getting their forces slowly researched. And eventually they're just gonna start making infantry and stuff. Once they get more infantry running around the place, everything's gonna be a lot more intense. Yeah, nothing's been built just about yet. Let's take a look down here. Okay, so they've researched one of their special units here, which has melee and grenadier at the same time. Did see barbed wire. Oh, hold on, there's some mechs being launched out here. We got some anti-armor, and we have a basic unit, and they're just charging forward. This one, they've only really researched 2 things as well as barbed wire, so it's not too much really going on here. The Knight isn't doing all that much research. I think Arabia is going to have the early game in the bag. Okay, so the Fruit Shops of Arabia have more income, which means their early game is going to speed up a lot faster. You can see they're just producing more and more units. All these units seem to be focused on attacking something over here. Yeah, they're all just moving along. This isn't looking very good. At least for this group over here. Okay, so they've built a single unit here. This is a basic infantry, so at least it's something to catch them off guard. things are going to be very rough. It looks like Arabia is currently taking a lot of income, and they're throwing it all into units and research. They're also just saving up, so they might be making more stuff. You can see over here they sent out units from this base as well. Which, in terms of research, they've already got their first mech researched. It's not good. It is a very cheap mech though, so it's a super early game. Over here, not really much going on. Mostly just sitting back, just researching stuff. Not much really going on. This one over here has done a lot more research, but they've only ever built just one unit. We're about to see our first battle unfold here. Okay, so the Crimean faction is not doing very good right now. They're definitely not doing great. They're probably research camels over here. Oof, and Arabia has their second oil pump already captured. Things are not looking good at all. That's already approaching the base, so you can see they built a single bar to help out. They have a little bit saved up, but it's not going to be enough to do much. The side of here, they researched a bunker, which is actually a really good thing to research right now. It's the cheapest one too. So I can at least hold off basic infantry. You can see they're already starting to attack the base here. And there's going to be more and more units on their way over here. Yeah, it's already just starting to shred through all that. Yep, that building's not looking good. Oh, they built something to try to counter. Bit of a back and forth going on here. It's not looking very good here. Ouch. You just managed to do some damage. Now this guy's no longer firing directly at the base. They haven't lost the ability to make any mechs yet, but it's still not doing too great. They did research an exosuit here. The fun thing about this exosuit is it looks like it's entirely melee based. And they research horses as well, so that's actually going to be a huge thing if they can make one of those. Especially if there's just more and more of these guys coming over. Let's see what they've researched over here. They've already got a aid station. Oh, they already built their exosuit here, which has melee and a rifle. That's going to be difficult to deal with. Maybe this one over here has made some decent breakthroughs. Research the heavy machine gun. That would actually be a good option in your early game here. Seems like these guys are getting stuck on the trees over here. This oil pump hasn't been captured yet. Trying to see if they're gonna build something or not. Seems like they're mainly just focused on research for now. Just staying on their own, so the fact that they don't have any oil pumps is a really bad thing. That's gonna hurt them later if they don't do anything about it. I'm gonna make it daytime here. And they have a lot saved up. They're using it to just research more basic defenses, that is a cannon bunker. That's good for later on. How about over here? What are they researching? Okay, they researched a basic one. All those forces slowly moving over there is definitely a big problem. Well, they built sandbags over here. At least it's something. Oh, they researched their airlifts. An airlift at this point in the game would be, yeah, there would be nothing they can do about that. It's a lot. They're sending more forces out, going through the middle. They're still not building anything over here. Yeah, just research and stuff though. And occasionally just building more barbed wire to distract things. Over here they did build something. Just the basic infantry. So at least it's something. It seems to be going through the middle after something that's over there. Our first mech has already been placed onto the battlefield here, and it's moving pretty quickly. That's going to be really dangerous. Yeah, they're already starting to do a bit of a unit spam strategy here, which works pretty well. Keeps the pressure up. They've already got field mortars researched over here. Field mortars would be really bad. This definitely needs to be dealt with at some point. That's going to turn around and start hitting that base eventually. Anything? They definitely saved up, but they're just not building much. Now we've got a basic bunker here. This is perfect. This is going to be able to defend against quite literally anything that they throw at them, at least early game. Air forces, it's not going to be very useful for defense. This thing is going across the battlefield as quickly as it can. It's basically caught up to the main forces. Let's see if there's anything else that's being built out here. They've researched one of their main mechs now, so that's fun. Over here they've built... Oh, they're already starting a siege. So this is not looking good at all. They might take that oil pump there, and if they take that oil pump, then yeah, things are not looking very good over here. These guys are completely on the defense for now. They haven't even built a bunker here to deal with all this. They haven't even researched one. I don't know what their strategy is, but right now, it's not looking too good for them. These guys have already captured this, which means Arabia now has 3 oil pumps worth of income. Which means they're going to be building up really quickly. And I mean real quickly. That's a lot of money they can start making. Go look over here. That's a lot. They are starting to build more infantry over here. See, they're already sending more. So all hope isn't lost. Oh, we had some friendly fire over here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Got a lot more units on their way though. Especially some siege units over here. Yeah, it's not looking very good here. How much do they can save up? Like 100? Got 2 guys here, which are just kind of standing there menacingly. Let's see if I can get them to walk. Oh. I guess I'm now part of this building. They built a bunker directly on their path. I might have to delete that later, but it is a smart idea to put more bunkers up. This one over here has not put up any bunkers, because they've paid the price for it already. They're still just researching or building basic things. Plenty of units researched here. They've already got more units on their way. We have a heavy machine gun over here, which is actually stuck, so that's unfortunate. We researched sky bikes, which are gonna be really bad if they start building those, but also they researched. We've researched the airlifts over here too. They have a massive amount of income, we just keep on building these. Okay, guys, stuck this, that's okay. Some combat that's already happening over here. Those guys already made it over here. And he immediately got vaporized. At least he did some damage though. This base is not looking good. They just keep on researching stuff instead of building. This one over here is building. They've got bunkers all around, which is excellent. They actually know what they're doing. See if we can get this guy to continue walking. The sooner they can get moving, the better. Oh, they've got an anti-armor guy, so it's something. With this, they might be able to defeat that guy, and also take care of any heavier things. Let's take a look around. Try to get more of these guys walking. Okay, they built a cannon bunker, which is a smart investment. Building more heavy machine guns. One that actually works. Oh, they've got an airlift already? Yeah, the Crimean economy is just cooked right now. There really isn't much they can do. Mortars already beginning to fire from long range. and they haven't really made any significant progress over here towards making units and making a significant push. This side over here has made a couple of units, but from that scene, they kind of just perished. And they did build a heavy machine gun. That's a really good choice. They just need to capture one of these. Alright. So you can see these guys are starting to switch their attention over there. The heavy machine gun can't do anything about either of these guys. I mean, it can take down that guy, but this guy is a little bit too high up for him. It seems like, yeah, the Arabian has control of every single oil pump on the entire map right now. This match might not last very long, to be honest. It's not looking good. Yeah, with control of all the oil pumps, they can just make anything they want. And they're definitely taking advantage of that, just launching everything. Got some infantry that are going around the place. They might be able to take one oil pump, that's the case. Already some combat happening here. This guy got stuck on this building, I have to move that so they can actually walk. There we go. Be free! Let's take a look around here. Still need more infantry. I guess they're just saving up so that they can make even more powerful things. In the meantime, there's just chaos happening all across the map here. We got sky bikes out here too. They have the right idea that their strategy is not working all too well. Both of these guys are just traveling across the middle here. But there are field mortars moving in here. So those are going to take out bunkers really easily. We have a collision happen over here. So one bunker was destroyed, but it did manage to destroy 2 area units at least, looks like. Got a flamethrower unit, that might actually be really useful if they can get it over there. Cool. Okay, that guy passed away unfortunately, but we do have this guy continuously pushing forward, and that might actually help a lot. We've got a lot of forces just moving around. Let's see what's going on over here. More mechs, because why not? They've also researched field cannons too. They mainly just researched a bunch of stuff. They're kind of just trying to avoid making the big mechs just about yet. You can see this is doing what it can to stop those mechs, which is working pretty well actually. This is what this one over here needs to do. They need to make just a single bunker somewhere. They did research a bunker. A machine gun bunker. It's better than nothing, at least. It costs like 100 points to build, and they didn't build it. Okay, well... that's something. You know, since this guy's already gone, I'm really gonna remove him. He's not really helping in any significant way. They research a field cannon. So a field cannon is a really good choice because it can sometimes hit air units, but it's really good if they decide to bring like long range kind of things. You can see this wants to attack that. So it has taken too much damage to be able to continue. And this is still moving forward to attack that bunker. Got some infantry coming up from over here, and they might be able to retake one of these, hopefully. A little bit of income would be super useful to them. They got a camel, but it got stuck in a building. I'm gonna remove that building so everything can just wander through without getting stuck. Okay, so the Crimean Khanate is now captured one of these oil pumps, and that's gonna be huge. So now that they have a bit of income, they're going to be able to research and build better things to defend against this, like, really, really strong push. And I hope they figure something out really soon, because right now there's a lot coming over. This guy's going through the middle. There's a whole lot of forces going after this base over here. Mainly because this is the base that actually has defenses. And of course, having a little bit of income means that they can actually start making things. Just that little bit is game changing. So they got, what, 200 points here? They get another flamethrower unit. It's cheap, but it works. As long as they can take the territory and hold it. There'll be an attack going on here. That's not good. In the meantime, these guys have definitely been researching a lot. Most just building things and sending them out, but there's a lot of forces moving around. What about this side? Have they researched anything interesting? They have a lot of points saved up, so they could research some big marks they wanted to. Ouch. There's some pretty big battles going on around here. So this guy seems like his AI, bro. There's a whole lot of forces pushing inwards. But over here, they're just building a lot more infantry, so they're finally starting their infantry span. Now that they decided to stop sitting back a bit. You see that sky bike is falling down. It might fall down directly on them. It was close. They're not close enough. These guys have researched a lot. Over here... oh, they've been researching their bigger things. You see they've got an anti-air turret over there. What about this side? Have they researched that kind of stuff? Multiple bunkers, so maybe just sending out a whole lot of forces to hold everything. It seems like... There's a lot of forces moving around. something over here. We've got our first field cannon, which is going to be super useful. This field cannon is going to be just super helpful. There we go. Just gonna walk up to the target, just open up, it's gonna go and fire on things once it figures out what it wants to fire at. You can see over here, it looks like the Arabia is trying to take back that oil pump there. And we've got forces just going around, just going behind. So they're not looking too great over here. They did research a field cannon, which is useful. Okay, yeah, we're starting to see more field cannons on the battlefield now. Those are very slow, but very strong. What else do we have out here? They've researched a gunship. A gunship is a little bit powerful. It's actually going to be extremely useful in this because the Crimean Khanate has really big units. Because of their size of the units, it makes it so the gunships are do a lot more. That hurts. It's not looking good. Oh, they're just spamming field cannons over here. This is their strategy. Just spam the field cannons. It's not a bad strategy. It's not a great one either. It's a little pricey. Okay, they got their first horse on the battlefield here. That horse is going to help a lot, considering the base is taking a lot of damage here. Okay, heavy machine gun out here. This is targeting these guys. Oh, they finally got a bunker. It's not in a good spot, but it is in a spot though, so that will help to defend. They really need it because they've been taking all kinds of damage everywhere. In fact, they might have lost their ability to build one of their mechs here. Yeah, they did lose the ability to build one. I don't know which one this is, but they lost it. Like, so yeah, they've been sitting back and now they can't build that anymore. That might have been a gunship. I honestly don't remember which unit was there. Okay, they've got horses over here too, researched. They've got all these cannons pushing forward, and that's going to be super useful. Horse is fast, so that's going to be useful. All these guys are pushing through. I'm sending a few more infantry around. No mechs. I need. Yeah, they're completely refusing to make mechs, which I think is pretty lore accurate. They're just building more. There's a whole fortress over here. They've been really pouring all that income into just building. And over here they've done the same thing. Just all of it. They got a lot of income too. They just keep sending stuff out and they could just keep on fighting. Oh, they built a melee guy with a shield. He's more heavily armored than a typical unit, but because of his shield, he's gonna be able to at least get closer and do some serious damage. I'm not sure how well it's gonna work if it's an outside as real work like this. That's gonna do a lot of damage. You can see there's already some ranged attacks coming in. He's just charging in with his shield. Completely ignoring the armor guys next to him. That's murdered. And they built a bunker there to at least do something, so that's actually really nice. That's gonna help defend a little bit. It is doing more and more damage. Oh, that's not looking good. His shield took a little bit of damage, but he's still just charging forward. In the meantime, over here, they're just making more and more field cannons pushing up. They might actually be able to, yeah, it seems like the Crimean Khanate's actually being able to push back. They were completely just at a loss here, and now they're kind of like the underdogs. They're pushing back. They've already got half the oil pumps. Which means they're going to be able to fight back pretty strong here. Over here, they're not really building as many mechs as they could. They could definitely research more if they wanted to. You can see they're just building. This guy might get stuck in this bunker, so I'm going to remove it so he doesn't get stuck. You got a whole lot of fuel cans moving up here. This could be a problem for those field cannons. Got this guy who's currently just sitting there. Let me see if I can get him to start walking again. There we go. They got some forces pushing through the middle here. Somehow this guy's still... Oh, never mind. Ouch. He is doing so well. The majority of these units are all just pushing over here towards this main attack force, which are probably going to start switching targets occasionally. Well, these cannons are like turning, kind of in their own way, I guess. I think they wanted to all go that way, and that is because an arrow has just been built. The cannons might be useful against that. At least right now, all these guys can just hold this. Over here, there's another arrow being built. We're going all Air Force over here. Still refusing to build bigger units for now. It's just all infantry. Oh, they've researched their big airship. Okay, this is going to be an interesting fight, because if they want to, they could just build that. They have to save up a lot, but if they build that, that's going to be lethal. It's all across the battlefield. Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, this faction over here doesn't have any air defenses right now. They've got these little bunkers, but they can't really aim up by much, if at all. I mean, the best I can do is build field cannons, and that's about it. They just have to research better units. What about over here? Are they researching anything useful? More bunkers and basic stuff. Yeah, it's not doing too great. They just have to hope that those field cannons will do something. Of course, we got more of these guys sneaking around. They're just coming as like a wave. I have a camel on the battlefield. And they also decide to build a bunker on a bunker, which I got already. Alright. The camel's really fast, so that's going to move across the battlefield, and that's going to be really dangerous towards all the infantry. They're going to need something a little more heavy duty for that. Let's get more of these guys walking around. There's already some combat happening over here, and yeah, that's definitely doing a lot of damage. They're all just closing in on that field cannon's down. Now they're moving forward to deal with other threats. We got a horse over here. Yeah, those airlifts are really dangerous right now. We also have mortars being fired up into the air. We got grenadiers attacking. They're all attacking from behind, so these guys are not doing well. Ouch. Yeah, that wall of fuel can strat was really good, but it's not good when you get flanked. There's some combat happening over here. If the camel is just shredding everyone over here. And the field cannons over here are also in range to go and fight the other field cannons. So yeah, Arabia has taken back this oil pump. The Khanate over here only has access to that oil pump right there. Did they get access to this one? No, this one's still perfect. So this is not doing too great. They have a strategy in mind. They did research their own airlifts, so we can see them air-to-air combat pretty soon. But overall, it doesn't seem like they're doing all too much over there. In the meantime, over here, what are they up to? They've researched a destroyer cannon, which would be super useful for defense at long range. If they make one of those, that means the only way that Arabia would be able to attack would be to send a much heavier armored unit, or to just spam a lot of smaller units. We've got an airlift over here, which got stuck. It'll unstuck itself in a little bit. Still not making too much over here. So now that they have the income there, more likely to make big stuff. Okay, so they've researched a bigger mech over here, so that'll be interesting. If they decide to use mechs, that is. We haven't seen a lot of mechs in this battle, at least compared to other battles. It's mostly just infantry going around the place. These are remains of what was a field cannon. There's a lot of units just being thrown on. Oh, got a mech. It is limping forward, but it is moving. I think because of his really fast walk cycle, his leg just got stuck on his, I don't even know what to call it. Little flags that are down there, I guess. I got air units, just every single unit is just closing in over here. And their response is to make a single machine gun. Oh, that's interesting, yes. I guess it'll be useful against this if everyone just turned around. I think they've realized that there's other things over here that are a little more dangerous. Yeah, they've got units over here that are pushing up. Okay, so somehow the Khanate just captured this one over here. It seems like they also have built their own airlift over here, so that's going to be useful. They've also researched a skybike, so yeah, they've got air forces over here. You know? Not quite mechs, but it's something. Anything over here? Yeah, all these guys are just charging forward. And this mech here is going to be really dangerous. It's just charging across the battlefield at full speed. Seems to be two guys on the way here. They built another machine gun. Okay, so they've got a strategy. They're gonna try to deal with the light armor mechs with just volume of fire, I guess. Ooh, that's a straight shot from the cannons. They also got an airlift that's slowly moving forward. There we go. And just like that, the mech is gone. These heavier machine guns don't have too much range. And here we can see there's a sky bike that's been produced. That might actually be able to do something, at least in the air. Or on the ground. And they produced another sky bike over there too. So they're trying to fight air with air. It's not bad, it works. So with how many of these airlifts there are just everywhere, this is not looking good. It's just a wave of units just everywhere. It does seem like the Kanye is like taking back some of these everywhere they can. Those heavier machine guns can't really do anything about that. Can I keep walking? We have a lot of guys that are just sitting around, so I'm gonna try to get them to walk. Oh, as an enemy skybike. That's not good. These heavy machine guns are trying to do something. But right now, a lot of these forces are just going around and they're doing some damage. You can see that this is basically just grabbed onto another bunker. That's fantastic. We got another mech charging at full speed. In the meantime, this sky bike over here is traveling over here. I think it's might be one of the Connie sky bikes. If so, it's going to be really helpful because then we can actually do something about this. Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. All these units are just charging forward. Ouch. This load itself just wants to start getting tired after these. There's a lot of airlifts here. They've all just kind of gone stuck on something one way or another. Oh, that might end really badly there if that spins out of control too much. See, all these attacks here are basically just doing more and more damage to this building. Oh, they finally researched the mech. It's a pretty big one, too. They researched 2 mechs. Okay. So they finally decided to, that they're gonna start making mechs. What about this side? Have they decided to research any? Nope. Over here, they're just kind of cooked. They got a lot saved up, though, so they definitely could research something. Field mortars are trying to attack if it advance around to you. See that blowing the actress there. We have more mechs charging in, as well as an anti-air turret over here. See some stray shots are basically being repaired by those aid stations. Things are not looking too great. Since the Khanate has some forces over here, they managed to get a horse all the way across the battlefield over here. That horse is just charging in. Over here we've got one mechs are just rushing in as best they can. That mech is not having a good time. Better remove this barbed wire here. There's not really much for that. It's like a single reactive. We got a mech that got stuck on a tree, which is very unfortunate. Here we have more units which are getting stuck on the anti-air turret. That's unfortunate. Let's get more of these guys going. Oh, the horse is actually arrived. Yeah, that was a cannon directly. Ouch. A lot of forces still coming out of here from time to time. You can see these cannons firing on cannons over here. We got this exosuit here. This is melee. There's a lot going on over here. It seems the Khanate's sending a lot of their forces in the middle, and they're actually taking the middle, which is quite interesting. Let's go ahead and get these guys moving again. So here's one right here. Here's this guy soft moving as well. The more we can get these guys moving, the better. That's not supposed to happen. I'm gonna go and just hop above here and just take a look at how the battle looks right here. There's a lot going on. I'll be back shortly. Alright, how far has this battle progressed while I was gone? I could definitely see that Arabia taken back that over there, and over here we could see that Akani's taken this one back. What's going on here? Guys walking around, we have a camel that's just following you. With that. Let's get these guys moving again. Well, forces swing past back and forth around here. Not too much in terms of new research over here. There are just cannons everywhere. They didn't research. Oh, they did research one mech over here. So I could build that eventually if they wanted to. What over here? Still sending infantry. They've got 3 different mechs designed over here, so they can send those out anytime they wanted to. I'm not sure they can save enough. They have enough to make mechs if they wanted to. I don't know if they've actually made any yet, though. They did make a heavier mech over here. Delete that bunker so that mech can actually escape. Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot once it reaches its target. Our first mech from the Crimean Khanate is on the battlefield. It is a lighter mech, but it is moving along. It's on pace there. It's not the most glamorous thing, but it works. This horse got taken out, so I'm gonna move that. Man, this place over here is just constantly under siege. And they've even got a larger mech coming in too. Some combat happening over here, but we've got field cannons immediately trying to fire at these guys that decide to go around. Interesting. I think there's about to be a pretty big battle right here once these guys get close enough. definitely wants to use that weapon. I think he's trying to target something else. Oh, there goes that. That's a lot of damage. Anytime you have another mech over here that's just charging in. It hasn't quite gone close enough to actually be able to do some serious damage, but it is a very tall unit, which gives it a huge advantage. It makes it very difficult for infantry to fight it. But we'll have to see if this actually targets stuff or not. I think the range on it should be relatively short, or it might take a moment for it to figure out what to fire at. Let's see. Field cannon stuck onto their anti-air turrets in the middle of that. Definitely a lot going on. Let's take a look over here. There's just a whole lot of field cannons. A small army of field cannons is definitely going to be a threat. You can see there's more heavy machine guns over here, which are even more threat. Field mortar stuck there. We've also got this here, which is broken. Just remove that. Okay, let's see what else is going on around here. More field mortars and stuff moving around. More infantry that want to move around, so let's get them moving. All these field cannons are actually getting close enough to destroy the bunkers that they've built here. So things here are definitely not doing too great. They did manage to research a larger mech over here, so that's going to be amazing if they manage to build that. It shouldn't be too crazy expensive to build either. It does have its weaknesses. That smoke over here still wandering around. Oh, there we go. Oh, they built a destroyer cannon to deal with the mech. Okay. I guess that's one way to deal with it. But yeah, now that they've taken over those units, that means that that is now, the oil pump's been taken over. It's kind of reversed. The Khanate has control of these two, but Arabia has control of these two, but they're on opposite sides of the map. Oh, we've got a fast mech moving in over here. We've got what used to be a mech here. Oh yeah, that just... yeah, rest in peace. Ouch. Yeah, the Khanate here is not doing particularly well. They need to get their forces moving. Yeah, things are constantly switching hands here. Here they got field cannons moving around. They got another infantry coming over here. This guy seems to be a machine gunner unit. And there's multiple field cannons on their way. He's trying to fire at everything. This guy's slowly moving around. I see something floating over here. The remnants of a mech that will be targeted eventually. We've got a mech here that, while it is damaged, it's still alive and moving. You can see they're still sending out forces, mostly just like horses and infantry around the place. Lots of damage being done around here. This used to be a field cannon. Let's remove that. I think Arabia has control over most of the map now. That's going to get in the way of field cannons, so let's let that go through. guy's still running on one leg. And he has a melee weapon left, so he can at least do some damage if he gets close enough. So you might step on one of those landmines. Oh, the landmine's actually damaged, so it doesn't actually work. Interesting. Oh, he's already in range, so he's gonna get targeted by all that. He might just run over to the base and self-destruct on it, to be honest. Just hops onto it. So those are going to be firing it back in the village. This guy is just slowly going around. He's going to deal with some of these other units. Let's see if anything else has been researched. I think researched a decent amount of things over here. Oh, that field. Yeah, that mortar is going to be really bad. This guy doesn't do something about it. Okay, so he just nearly avoided that. That's an infantry. Ouch. It's now launched. I guess that's one way to get him off the lawn over here. Let's remove the sandbags, that way these infantry can pass through. And they've researched so much over here. They've got gunships, they've got different kinds of mechs, airlift. Nothing too crazy over here. I know this one over here has researched some crazy stuff. They've got their first gunship out already. They researched their giant airship, which we did see in a previous episode. Here, there's just a lot of forces. That airlift over there is just going to keep taking down this infantry as it gets spawned. So we got more air forces around the place. I'm going to make it daytime here so it's a tiny bit easier to see. There's a bunker that flipped over. There's rockets being fired everywhere. Also long range attacks too. You see all these mortars seem to be going after different things around the place, I guess. Oh, we got a destroyer cannon up here. This is neat. And it's actually a good spot for it too, because from here it can target all kinds of things. Not sure what this mech is going after right now. But infantry is trying to get out of its way as quickly as it can. Or not. Okay. And there's a lot of airlifts over here. They don't even have an anti-air turret. Did they even have an anti-air turret researched? They have a destroyer cannon, but no anti-air. They do have a mech that can target air units. 2 mechs, actually. At least this might be able to do something if it wants to target something. Another heavy machine gun here. In a really good spot too. Oh, there's just so much going on. I still think Arabia has the upper hand in this fight, though it is pretty even. All things considered, I think this battle is very even. Let's remove that so that I'll chip over it. Now, the gunship has gotten in range to start firing weapons. Oh, and hey, they finally built one of these guys. These guys are very handy, because on one arm they have a shield, right? But on the other arm, they then have a auto thing that's going to do some pretty good damage if they get close enough. Oof. That was a headshot from with a cannon. Ouch. Let's get these guys to continue moving around. This guy wants to fire at that, but he can't. You got more mechs coming in as well. Ooh. Okay. I see. So they've just completely wrecked this guy over here. Let's charge in and deal with this infantry here. That shield is definitely helping. And he took a direct hit to the face with a cannon. Ouch. Not a bad attempt though. All these guys are now just switching targets around here. They've got a lot saved up, so they can actually just make big units if they wanted to over here. Over here, it's got a lot moving around. Are they after this airlift? Yeah, it's an airlift from the Khanate over there. He is being targeted. That's in the way of this. There's a lot going on out around here. Yeah, those flamethrower guys are really good at taking out air units. Or flamethrower mechs. So yeah, that definitely did a lot. And now all these guys are returning to the main battlefield. In whatever way they can. These guys have been stuck here for a while. I think they can just keep walking. Maybe, just maybe they might be able to get themselves unstuck. They're so close to getting unstuck. That one's almost free. In the meantime, let's look at what all these other guys are doing. There's still an airlift over here that's just like bullying all the infantry that's checking it out. They did build this guy to try to take him down that area. So that might actually be able to do something. Definitely some lag because there's a lot of stuff moving around over here. He doesn't want to target the area over there, but he is moving forward. He's going to do a lot of damage. Let's try our best to just get more of these infantry walking around. Definitely some air-to-ground combat in the distance over there. And we've got multiple things out here. This guy can't aim up that high, unfortunately. Well, at least it took enough damage to where it's gonna start falling backwards. That means that all this can deal with it. There's a lot of units out here. It's making their way around. This skybike that made its way over here just skipped by everyone. Trying to get more of these units out here as often. And remove the ones that have perished. There's this one and this one. Aid station isn't too bad of a choice. I'd say it's a pretty good one. And it is repairing things from a distance. I had this guy here that took enough damage to just fall over. Got multiple units that are trying to grab this one over there, but there isn't really anything over there anymore. Maybe this guy took some damage. Yeah, he did. So he's no longer targeting things. That anti-air turret is going to eventually notice him and start firing. Or not, because it's actually slanted. Alright. And there's sending out a lot over here. Mechs all around. Because his field cans are all just getting ready to fire at this guy. I just got my close distance before them. I tell this guy to walk before we go that way. Or we continue to stay stuck on the building. Okay, it's free. Let's get this guy to start moving. He might get himself unstuck. Perfect. over here is some combat. This guy lost his main weapon? No, his main weapon is stay. He wants to aim at something over there if he can. That used to be an airlift. We can delete the lone reactor that's there. So it's this one. And that. It's removing debris. Okay, yeah, they're definitely switching over to just making more and more mechs, which is good. They're gonna be able to fight back a lot better with that. I don't think this guy can move. Yeah, he can't really move. It's not doing anything. This field cannon can't even move either. It seems like the tables really have turned. There's a whole siege going on over here. This guy may not have much of a weapon, but he is basically holding him off with his shield. And buying time for all the other forces to just push in. And they're slowly making their way over. Alright, you got forces from both teams going that way. They're trying to help. They're trying to not only attack and just siege that, but also trying to help prevent the siege over here. Trying to get units over here before then. That was a big explosion. I did take out a couple of I did take out a bunker. No, these guys are basically switch targets going over the other way. Still some attacks from some field cannons over here. This airlift over here is continuing to be a nuisance. Still got some big mechs researched, but they're not building them, which is fine. Let's get more of these guys moving. All these mechs moving forward. We even have a machine gun mech over here that's hiding in the trees. There's some combat over here. Oh yeah, it's just taking out everything. That's gonna work really well. Got some air-to-air combat over there. Well, that's going down. That might land directly on them. And it just missed. That's fallen over specifically because he wanted to attack a machine gun mech. Or not machine gun, but he has a lot going on here. Oof. He may have fallen over, but he's still a very big threat. And you can see there's more units over here trying to push forward. Seems like these defenses are doing what they're supposed to do. And they're pushing them back pretty hard with all these cannons. The only way to get past that was with a serious air force, or with something that's very, very heavy. Oh, his entire shield is gone. At least the shield saved him. there goes that. Looks like this is still over here for some reason. Doesn't really need to be. All this idea is just trying to finish off the this mech here. Of course, these forces over here have been allowed to rebuild a little bit. Let's see how many of these guys are still operational. This guy's still operational. So is this guy. This guy is no longer operational. We can't really move. Yeah, that's not operational either. A whole lot of forces out here still being made on both ends. They can't just refuse to make anything too big. They could try making one of these guys, which would actually be fantastic. But it is a massive project to make. Very expensive one too, but it would be pretty useful. It might actually be tall enough to fight against air units too. There's more mechs just charging through over here. They're attacking from the trees. This guy might be stuck on a tree, but he's still just distracting. Ouch. Bunkers are definitely doing a lot to help out. Did this guy take damage? Is that the reason why he's not targeting things? Let's see, remote control. They're still there. I think he's just chilling there for a while. Oh, we've got an airlift that's attacking over here. My anti-air turret hasn't noticed it yet. It's actually going specifically for the anti-air turret. If they take that down, that means that air forces are going to be a lot more effective at taking down the space. And they can actually weaken defenses pretty well if they do that. This isn't the way of infantry unit. Different kind of moving. this kind of stuff where it doesn't need to be. And this is stuck on the barbed wire, so we're gonna move that over to the corner. Those guys' remote control is broken, so I'm gonna move them. You can see all these forces are still just pushing them forward. They're just really keeping the pressure on them. Well, that guy's actually just managed, okay. I'm amazed that's actually able to squeeze through. It's weird because they're not really doing much research. They're just continuously building lighter units. Which I guess works. It's only a matter of time until they decide, you know what, let's make a big unit. There's definitely a lot of field cannons going back and forth though. Yeah, it's all just lighter mechs here. Oh, that's finally falling out of the sky. That's not the end goal for it. Especially as close enough to that guy. It's flying on the trees. He may be stuck on a tree, but he's still doing a lot of damage. And eventually that the gunship is going to get shot down. He also has support from all of these guys. Oh, hey, look. They built one of those. Remove that so they can actually get it. This really big mech is going to do a lot of damage. It is technically a light armor mech, for the most part. With the big shield up front, but it has these two flak guns in the bottom here, so it's going to be insanely powerful. But it's funny because it just has like a little wheel in the back for balancing. If this thing falls over for any reason, it's basically cooked. I think it'll be fine. Over here, they're just sending out more of these lighter mechs. Which, if these guys can get close enough, that'll be like... that'll be game over for that mech, but at the same time, that mech has pretty good range. They got a destroyer cannon up over here. This is actually really good because with this they can just shoot down everything pointing this way. So that base over there is gonna have a hard time trying to attack. Yeah, this may be a big mech, but it's not the faction's big mech, if that makes any sense. Like, the faction has bigger than this, technically speaking. Oh, there's 2 gunships over there. The thing is, this thing can't do anything against air units. He's just like kicking the field cannon out of the way. We've got some combat here. That airlift is in trouble, because that's gonna, yep, that's gonna do some damage. These two just pass right by each other. One of his legs might have connected a bit weird, but that's okay. He didn't break at least. Okay, all those guys are just charging in. I believe you can see there's some battle going on. That thing actually camouflages really well with the shadows. It has like the perfect color scheme. Oh, I accidentally crushed one of the infantry that was passing by it. Alright, let's see if it will actually target things with this black thing though. It's a target that's just about here, and I don't know if it's going to target it, but it's oh, I don't know, it's being targeted by the gunships right now. It's not good. The good news is he does have a very big frontal shield there that'll help deflect those shots. Nope, there goes his only weapon. The good news is he's basically just a really big armored hull, just charged forward. He's just got like a siege engine of sorts. He's tall enough that he could just go full ramming speed against an airship, technically. When I was a bit of a siege here. I don't know if the anti-air turret's still working. I think it has, yeah, it has 2 weapons left. Ooh, it has a direct hit to its leg. It's gonna struggle to move at that rate. This guy should be able to keep moving. He can free himself pretty easily. They're just building more and more stuff over here. Multiple field cans here to move around. Everything here is just doing its best to hold off all of these. I'm surprised this thing is still lurching forward. Very, very slowly. This is doing its best to move forward. Kind of amazing it even still has the balance to do it. There's multiple of these sky bikes over here. I wonder what they're doing. Are they saving up for something big? They definitely might be saving up for something big over here. This so we can actually move. Let's see. Nothing too crazy being built over here, right? They don't have a lot saved up. Or are they saving it for? Not quite sure. There's still a bunch of units just pushing forward through here. I think those gunships are going to be the end of that base over there if they don't do something. They're still just making a ton of stuff over here too. Surprised they didn't research their big unit, because I think their big unit would be a really good option here. They have the money for it. They have 800 points over here. They can research it and just build it. This guy is slowly moving backwards, it seems. He's trying to move forward, but he can't. Yeah, that's not good. I think all these gunships are trying to target other things right now. But if they get close enough, they'll just start targeting the bunkers there. Or the base. Yeah, a lot of explosions just everywhere. Oh, they built another heavier mech here. This guy's not going after everything that's hiding over there. He just means to get close enough and he'll just start shredding everything. Well, not if that takes out his bunkers first. Okay, he's being targeted by multiple things at once. Brought down to his knees. Yep. Still just building more sky bikes to try to deal with the ongoing issues. Maybe even just ram into the other sky bike. He's bumping it out of the way there. This guy managed to shuffle his way all the way back. I guess firing at him with the main gun there, and that's doing a lot of damage. Not enough to take it down, but it's definitely a lot. Still building more field cannons and sending out things everywhere. Who's this guy still just sliding along the edges there? Okay, built one over here, so that might be a different approach. There's a lot of things that got built over here that really shouldn't be here. This, and that, and that. Anything else out here? And this all seems good. What did they research? Did they build or did they research? They probably built stuff. Multiple things, in fact. My gunship is just spinning uncontrolled. They're trying to take out that, the big unit there. Definitely is very tanky. There's more fuel cans and stuff moving near here as well. Both these fuel cans are kind of stuck on this. If I move that, then that can be free. There's some small stuff coming out, happening down here. Like I was hiding in the bushes. This guy's taking a lot of damage. I think that was, I think it was Skybike. How much did they get saved up over here? 200 points. And they have all this stuff researched. What about over here? Also about 200 points. It's not too glamorous, but it's something it is. Yeah, this is falling over. It's taking quite a bit of damage. This guy is almost there. He's just charging on over. And this might actually be a valid play if you're gonna get shot down by one of the other units. Is he using the field cannon as a distraction? He is. I don't know how well it's going to work. He's taking a lot of hits here. Ouch. Oh, there he goes. Look around the edges to find any units in there that's good. Stay out off to the side and just not stuck. There's a possibility we get a few of them. I've done that. There's these guys in the middle, just keep falling over. Yeah, those guys basically falling to ground level now. You can't stay up any longer. Storage. That's actually a really good spot to put one. Is this guy fell over? like I managed to get through the trees, but only for a little bit. Basically all their funds being used on this one mech here. Kinda makes sense why they don't like making mechs. They're really expensive for that action. This guy isn't really doing anything, so it's gonna move him. Now help with performance a little bit. They need some really heavy mechs to push the wall this, I think. Let's see, so... These two are owned by that faction, these two are owned by this faction. Interesting. Oh look. They managed to make a big mech. This needs to get moving. See, that right there is a good option. There we go. Don't know what's loaded there. I think there's an attack from somewhere over there. Somewhere. I don't know where exactly. Think that... Yeah, some attacks over here. They got a flamethrower mech charging forward, they got a flamethrower unit. They're just taking everything over here. And that mech is charging... Oh, it was charging forward. They're just wiping out everything over here. He has some pretty solid control over everything here. Please. Here. Just seeing this massive mech going across the battlefield is quite terrifying. It's seems to be going there. Ooh. Okay, let's notice something. Immediately started targeting the canteen now, which that was just reloading. Definitely tried attacking for a little bit. Definitely ripped the entire front off of that one. It's still a bit of a siege going on over here. This guy seems to be going through this way to support this side. There are a couple units that are just passing through here. And that's getting close enough to just take care of all these guys. That's a lot of damage. Moving forward. We're gonna attack this little guy. He's gonna be very happy about it. Ouch. A single shot, but he did a bit of damage. This guy's showing it just to clean up behind him. Okay, this needs to get a bit closer. Oh, it doesn't anti-air turret. That's really bad for him. Ouch. There goes all of his legs. All because of an anti-air turret. Ouch. They researched another mech. That one's even bigger. He's got a massive sword on it. That must have cost a lot. Steve got used to the field cannon, you can remove that. And this isn't going to be even this missing idea. This must all be fine. Is that the destroyer cannon from over here? Yeah, this destroyer cannon is just cleaning up everything from a good distance too. That's really helping with the defense. All the slow units are basically just cooked and fried, and they don't stand a chance. That's a lot of damage. They need some really heavily armored units in order to actually be able to do anything. What's that? This guy's still over here, he's just going on to the There's a destroyer cannon there, that's a really big problem, but the even bigger problem is this anti-air turret, which is placed in a really bad spot. There's also just a whole lot of bunkers there, which this guy is actually doing a pretty good job of taking care of his bunkers. Has already two of the power of his players right now. Yeah, this record is technically dead. That's a lot of damage though. Let's take a look at what's going on over here. This guy's falling over. All these guys have kind of just switched targets and they're going over here now. Is the remains of a mech. see something in the back here? That's some barbed wire. I can do that. Okay. This guy's gonna take me down just when they're in. Close destroyed. There's all these guys that are practically gone. This is fun, you just gotta remove that, so bang this flat. And this is inside something else, so I don't need it. Go back to watching the battle over here. That's one that way, so just remove all this, I can go straight that way. That is a solid defense. 2 destroyer cannons. It's an expensive defense, but it works. You can see there's like nothing that's come through here. Look around how many points they got. Over here they've got 160 something. There's no shots going back and forth for it. No, this isn't doing so great here. I think this guy has his remote control damage, right? He doesn't have a remote, so he's spawning straight. This guy is still capable of fighting back. Well, it's just falling over. What else we got? I know these guys have an AMBS built into them. Like a tiny one, I think. Did I make a tiny one for these? No, I didn't make them. I didn't really need one. If I had 5 legs, it was pretty stable as it was on. A lot of shots going back and forth like here. Wonder what that was targeting. Probably was an area or something. So far, this match is kind of just anyone's game. You have destroyer cannons on both sides. And they're really holding each other off. See over here, we've got this. I believe they lost the ability to make one top unit here. Yes, they did. I'll see what they do. That's gonna be pretty dangerous. This guy's stuck, so that's why I'm gonna be moving. I haven't seen artillery from either team. I think that would help a lot with this destroyer cannon problem. This team over here saved up a lot, so they can probably start making some more heavy mechs again. So they might want to invest in something that's a bit better for taking down the bunkers and everything. I feel like this melee guy that they've got here, this really big one, might actually be a pretty decent option. I don't know if I'll make it though. We'll have to find out. Ouch. That's actually smart. By putting this guy over here, it makes him harder to hit by these destroyer cannons. And destroyer cannons don't have a lot of elevation, so they have a very hard time trying to hit area missiles. A lot of imagery in this game from this one. We're just all going through here. Because this guy's falling over, I'm just gonna remove him to save some resources. Anything new researched? Not really. Kind of just avoiding any artillery whatsoever. Which is interesting, I guess. I don't even know if the Khanate has artillery. We do have that. That is a slow-moving bunker unit. That specializes in just destroying all kinds of infantry and anything light. That's a pretty decent option right now, considering how fortified everyone is. Just making a big old bunker and just pushing through would actually be a really solid plan. Move this. Oh, they researched over here too. No, they didn't. Oh, here's an option. Oh, the field cannon got flipped over. Interesting. Now more and more of these guys is charging forward. This guy's missing that. Ouch. Those destroyer cannons are really good for defending. They're trying to send a wave after wave of enemy, but the thing is, because they're so slow, it doesn't quite work. Better hit them with air. Or make them hide. Actually, the splash damage there got me killed. But that destroyer cannon might not last a bit longer because I've got so much air units over there now. Get some water while I'm here. There we go. They're sending airlift to take down the destroyer cannon. There we go. Now that the destroyer cannon's gone, they can actually push their forces up. So yeah, now these forces can actually move up. We've got some cannons targeting area that's over there. And now sieging the enemy is going to be a lot easier. And these guys are going over here, which means that air unit stuck over here. There's this position. Something over here. Or they're just walking back. I don't know what they're doing. These guys should turn back around in a bit. Once they realize there's nothing here. Now these guys saved up 700 points. They can definitely afford to make some bigger units. Got this guy going around through here. Maybe they really have to start getting here somewhere. Could be an air unit. Let me check the corner all the way up. I don't see anything. I guess I'll fix this up in a little bit. That guy's missing his main weapon, but he's still using flame to air. Oh, this guy came over and picked up one of his allies over here, which he's now gonna use to plant somewhere, I guess. Or he can even his own base. There we go. Alright, taking it to destroy a cannon. We've got a mech throwing around here. Hopefully these guys are just stuck on this. This guy here. What are these guys all after? It's probably like a one block grid that's just hidden over here somewhere. Probably something that fell somewhere like up here maybe? Maybe it fell under the map? All these guys are after it, but I don't know where it is. I can check that building block to see what they're after. Let's check this little guy here. What are you going after? Program block AI. Who are you following? Target small grid, target small grid. Distance 82 meters in that direction. That's 82 meters in that direction. Or check block counts. It could be something else like phased in somewhere. Maybe take this coming out to another boat. Tiny. It's not static, it's small grid. Nope. They're all after it, but I don't know where it is. Maybe there's a piece of something that fell over here. This guy. Okay, so whatever he's looking at, it's definitely over here somewhere. I just want to find out where. If I paste through here. He says it is this one. I'm honestly just really confused. Like, look at all this. They're all going after this over here. Some imaginary grid that was over here somewhere. Hold on, I can do distance from player. Grids. Distance from players. Okay. That might be it. Yeah, that was it. It was a barbed wire that was meshed directly into the wall. It got launched apparently. That was interesting. Anyways, I lost a big unit that they made because of that. Now these guys are gonna go back that way. They were all chasing a barbed wire. How did that barbed wire get launched from the enemy base all the way over here? Either way, problem's fixed. We can go and figure out what else these themselves with. What have the other this guy's in way this? have so many anti-air turrets. Is this like that's that? Oh, this guy. Okay, so he's after something that was here. I guess I don't know. I haven't played this. Functionality points. Okay. Definitely have researched some interesting units I haven't seen yet. Those units I play over. It's not all these guys are just gonna get up and start moving around in their own ways. That's not right, he just need to make up his mind to figure out where to go. Does this guy stop moving? That guy was snappy. Right. Yeah, we got more units moving around. There's a whole siege going on over here. I'm trying to push forward with everything they've got. Broken. What about this guy? Is he broken? This guy's also broken. No, it's trying its best to fire at that, but that's getting close. It's coming from the trees. Oh, I'm really on it. Dude. Shouldn't be there. This guy wants to move, but he's getting stuck on this. There we go. And all these forces slowly pushing me over here. Oh yeah, they finally built this guy. You're gonna move? Let's see, this guy's pretty big and pretty slow and allows a lot of damage being done. That historic hand over there is basically just support and resistance. Oh yeah, the destroyer cannon over here is just doing everything it can. Right? Yeah, that one. That one all in the corner. That's a really smart placement. So it's basically helping to defend this side. Over here, they've got some units just ever so slowly moving along. It's big, it's slow, it's very, very heavy. Oh, they researched the big guy here. I was wondering what that was. Okay. This is a pretty powerful unit if they can even get over there. Oh my goodness, they don't even stand a chance. They're just trying to send a bunch of cheap units, but it's not really working. I think Arabia might lose this battle if they don't do something like that. They've been building up their defenses so much. We got 100 points. They haven't been researching much. They have a big airship that they haven't built it. What else over here? They haven't been researching, like, at all. The Crimean colony over here has been researching, just little by little. This thing is painfully slow, but it is making its way over there. We got field mortars already trying to attack from long range over there. And that candle's doing quite a bit of damage too. This battle is definitely taking longer than I thought it would. I was pretty convinced at the start that the comet was going to lose, but right now it's gone to such a point that I don't know which side is going to win. They're both just researching some pretty powerful things. The Kane is definitely the turn the sport around. You can see that's a lot of heavy machine guns. What is this guy? He might have taken some damage earlier, so he's not doing too great. I can see where he took damage from. This guy managed to somehow get his main gun stuck in that. This guy's been stuck here for a while, so let's get him moving. This guy is very, very, very slowly just pull it along. It's basically just a giant brick of armor. Just armor everywhere. A mix of light and heavy, mostly heavy, I think. I guess his entire deal is that he's just machine guns on all sides. So he can't just defend from everywhere. That makes it a really dangerous opponent. Or some battle going on here. Multiple airlifts approaching from this side. I think this guy can deal with airlifts, right? Oh yeah, definitely. He's got machine guns over here, he's got more machine guns over here, so yeah, he can deal with them. As long as he can get close enough. Ouch. Building more of those lighter mechs over there. Break this, that way I can actually move. This guy's basically cooked. They're just sending out all the smallest mechs they possibly can. I used to be a mech. Ouch. Everyone's just going along to the middle of the field. And you have this guy slowly lumbering forward. I think this guy is like the best unit to use for just holding an area. Unless he gets targeted by one of these. I think that's an allied one? Yeah, it's an allied one. He's just trying to get bombs. Small bit of friendly fighters. Okay, I see what they're doing, except that this guy lost his leg immediately from long range attacks. They didn't go according to plan. Ouch. That guy's not gonna leave the base, it was removing it. This guy's basically done forces from holding it. You got forces from both sides. They're both just charging forward here. This is an epic battle right here. Just both sides just complete just clash all over. Hold on. Walking program block run. Yeah, they're both just rushing through each other's lines here. That's a lot. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, things out here aren't looking too great. Yeah, it's not great. This destroyer cannon is removed. Okay. Broke. All these forces are now pushing up. Are they just building more and more defense? So what's the deal here? Not quite sure. What about this side of it here? What are they doing? Trying to figure out what to build, I guess. Yeah, these units are definitely bigger than the, they're definitely significantly bigger than the Arabia's forces. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It could, I don't know. Arabia has some pretty solid units, but they need some things to deal with all the big guys. And again, there's like a bunch of little guys that they're sending out, so they have to deal with both, which is kind of a headache sometimes, I guess. If you're not really sure what to prioritize. Oh, they built a gunship out here. Nice. Guy still continuously moving super slowly. That's not good. That's gonna lose damage. A lot of it too. Got two of them moving forward. Just got over here is gonna be the most dangerous one. That reason. It's targeted the base from longer range. Definitely breaking through the roof over here and damaging things. Those cannon bunkers do some serious damage. And over here you can see they're still targeting areas. Okay, built another one. We're really going for the heavy units out here. Now they built one over here too. This is excellent because you can take down all the airships with this really easily too. Look at that. Those airships are really tough so they don't get out of there. Definitely a good unit choice. They're trying to target him there. I think it's because he's still at base is being repaired by everything. There goes one. Now it's time to take care of the other one. Perfect. Let me just finish this off the heavy machine gun over there, taking out the engine. It's definitely fun seeing the different strategies just evolve as these guys build up. They've got another heavy machine gun here, which is good. That's unfortunate. They're not really researching a lot here. They're really at a disadvantage here. Things are not looking good. We just send out these forces to go and capture those oil pumps. So if they don't get the oil pumps, they're kind of just cooked. But destroyed cannon's very far out its weight. Okay, that was incredible. Hit him so hard you launched him all the way back to the spawn. That's quite fun. Okay, but yeah, there's 3 of those on the battlefield now. I think they're called Testudos. That's gonna do quite a bit. You can see they're already basically holding the lines here. They're like really holding. So I think they are extremely vulnerable to long range attacks. Just because of how slow they are. Tons of stuff going on over here. I have multiple anti-air turrets over here, which is, yeah, you can see those anti-air turrets are going to work. There goes that gunship. You can see this guy's gone close up to fire at everything now from all sides. Wow, that's amazing. Like, none of these lighter units can even dare to get closer. Otherwise, they just get completely shredded. The thing is, they have another one over here. It's just slowly moving along. Oh yeah, and the frontal weapons are even stronger too. Got to slowly turn around after taking down this guy. Okay. Painfully slow, but extremely effective. This guy then wiped out some of the defense, so he stops doing that. Let's see, more anti-air? Don't you have enough anti-air already? You got like 4 turrets over there. I don't think any airships are gonna get through on that end. Could use some more over here though. But just sending all the airships. This guy might just get stuck in this bush. Maybe. I don't know if he's gonna get pushed out of the way or he's just gonna do something else. Like he's gonna in range to start taking down those other airships. Get stuck on the ceiling, move sideways on it. Because you're sideways on it, so I don't have to move that. It's definitely doing what you can to shoot down those airships, which are firing back at him, I think. And no, that's his main weapons. Yep, that airship is going down. Yeah, sending some smaller mechs to support. That's actually how it should be done. You should support your defensive units. Let them be shields while your other units do the offense. Right now this guy's being defense and offense. He's just holding the entire middle single-handedly. In fact, they're having to send heavy units just to try to deal with this guy. This guy is taking some damage to the front. Overall, it's not a lot. He's still going. a whole siege going on over here. Got an airlift over there. It's definitely doing some damage. They're trying to take down those airships. They were originally going after this, but they switched targets. They realized that they're not defending that area over there. Thing is, there's some other guys here that are gonna help support. That's a lot of damage. The destroyer cannon there is doing what it can to destroy the gunship and the airlift that's over here. If I hit that airlift hard enough, it's just not going to get off the ground anymore. It just needs to stay there. Then all these guys are just slowly pushing up. I'm a little bit worried about this guy. He's definitely going to take a lot of damage from all those turrets and everything, and that might be really bad for him. Especially if they focus fire something really devastating. But also because of how short he is, he's not going to be dealing with anti-air that much. That was a just direct hit from the destroyer cannon over there. He's losing control. He's gonna slam into the wall over here. He's still alive somehow. This guy is currently being attacked by this right here. He's gone just into a blind spot by getting close enough. Now this guy is struggling to move forward. He is moving forward ever so slowly, but he is being hit. Where's his support at? That guy needs to go and help him out. In the meantime, these guys are pushing forward before this guy can even reach that. Don't know if that's the best strategy to take, but it is a strategy regardless. Alright, they've got everything just pushing forward. Now the attack begins. This guy finally just ignored him. He's missing some of his legs, but the wheels are helping him stabilize. He is very slow now, though. Even slower. Listen, good. Still trying to take care of that, there. All these forces going through the middle. I think I'll use that one signal. These guys are aiming up. I think they're trying to let that guy over there. Got a guy right here that needs to start moving. Just get him moving. They still aren't really researching much, to be honest. They're focusing all their efforts on just holding them back. And all these forces are doing a pretty good job at that. At least for some things. Oh, these guys are super vulnerable to anti-armor units. Ooh. That was a good hit. This guy just passing through and just obliterating everything on all sides as best he can. Let's get this guy walking again. Doesn't even have a weapon anymore. I'll just wipe this guy out here. So many eggs being sent everywhere. Okay, another destroyer came in over here, which is actually really good. That will help to clean up. Hey, level. This battle is really, it's an even fight, surprisingly. So we have the Free Tribes of Arabia versus the Crimean Khanate. They both seem to have some pretty decent strategies. Oh, that's in the way of the infantry flank. The thing is, the Khanate have some massive mechs that they're refusing to make some of their massive mechs. I guess it makes sense because of the places and everything. But like, they made a couple of them and they're working extremely well, as you can see. I mean, these guys are painfully slow, but like, oh my goodness, they are effective. I mean, this thing basically just absorbs all the damage and just keeps firing at everything with everything it's got. Okay, these might get close enough to actually start getting targeted by that, which is not good. Let me look at what's going on over here. We got a lot of support out here that's helping them out. That's an aid station on the side and really good up. They're doing their best to get rid of all this. I don't know why these things stopped. damaged. That goes silent. Hey. Oh, but, so that got wiped out. This guy's also been wiped out. And they've just been building constant defenses over here. If they invest in artillery, they might be able to do something crazy. Right now, they're not investing in that. They're kind of just sending out whatever they can. And it's just been a back and forth all this round. Look at that, they have 600 points on this side. They could just research a really big unit and send it out. That would actually do a lot of damage to these. Over here, it seems like the, let's see, how many they got? 100? They've researched a lot. They've actually researched one of their airships. Nice. So I can actually send that out if they wanted to. They haven't really invested in anti-air, even though I think it would be very useful. They definitely researched some of their big mechs, but they've only really been making the basic one. Not the melee one, but the one with flat guns. It's completely useless against air targets, despite how tall it is. And I can see why they wouldn't be able to send it. Either of those. This thing is a pain. They need to send air units to take care of this, or they have to send something that just has so much armor that just to be able to absorb that the whole way. Which means it needs to be something really big. That's not supposed to happen. That's kind of funny. That's probably the first time I've seen that. Yeah, you can close the door, open my house. The cat just cat and so over here they've got the other two of these moving fortresses slowly forward. Over here, this one is stuck but targeting this. It won't be stuck for too long. I'll remove that so I can keep moving. Oh, that's what it's stuck on. It actually wedged itself on that. Oh, they're all trying to target the air units there. I'll just throw it in here. That's some shoots that field cannon. This gunship doesn't have its main gun anymore. Occasionally sending out some mechs, and of course they're trying to take out some other things. This guy's falling over, trying to remove him. Okay, so it seems that Arabia is on the defensive here. There's a lot of forces being sent forward, and looking at the map control right now, it's half and half. I'm looking around to see if anyone can take this, folks. This guy got wiped out. Ouch. Those destroyer cannons do some serious damage. Let's see if there's any units that are like stuck in the side here. I don't think so. What do they got? They got not many points, still no research, just continuously building. This anti-air design 11's less than good move it. Same with this one. They're aiming for the anti-air. That's actually a pretty good air raid. So this gunship is kind of just absorbing all the damage. These guys are almost there. Well, this guy seems to be turning and going after something over there instead. Yeah, they're all turning right now. Which is good because that means the broadside can make it to effect. Lots of stuff researched. Not too much is going on, it's too crazy. And this guy's being a problem. It's just completely taken out all of the, just wiping out all of the infantry that comes from this base over here. I think this guy's trying to take out the destroyer cans over there, but the thing is the aid stations right now are repairing it. Decent strategy. If they take out that destroyer cannon, then they'll make raiding that one easier. Because right now that destroyer cannon is doing guardian this base every time they try to raid it. And the other ones over there are just guarding the entire front over here. Oh my goodness, I just see the units getting flung by all that. So here comes this guy to try to raid this fortress here. That's a lot of aid stations. It's going to be really hard to do the damage that needs to be done. So this shield is doing what it can. It almost did. This guy's stuck? Yeah, he's just not moving. Okay. This guy's working fine. These guys are all getting stuck in the destroyer cannon right there. You're stacking bunkers. Alright. I'll go on that front. Doing their best to take out that gunship. They're aiming for the balloons. The gunship would be an expensive loss. This guy's attacking, which is nice. Yeah, there's some forces over here that are actually making good damage. That's a lucky shot. Artillery actually managing to hit 2 units. That's impressive. This gunship is kind of sliding out of control here. Right now it seems that, yeah, right now, the Crimean Khanate has control over most of the map. The only one they don't have is that one. So right here is definitely losing this fight. I'm not sure what they're doing with them. What do they do? 600? Not much going on there. Over here, where there's nothing new being researched. They have the ability to research things, they're just not researching. These two were basically just wiped out. Both of these. This guy's still fine. He's just refusing to move. And these guys are going back on the offensive over there. This guy's leg is gone, so he's gonna struggle to move, but he can still move. Oh, that poor Skybike. Yep, there it goes. This thing's doing enough damage to actually be able to push back against all this. It might actually be able to outrange the bunkers, I think, unless they have a main weapon. They're trying to send more sky bikes. Ouch. It's been noticed. That's a lot of damage. It's definitely holding pretty well against all that. They have more forces on the way, right? They're just building more stuff over here while that's going on. I think right now is one of those times where a big unit would actually be really useful. Maybe they're in an airship at that point, but they're distracted. This thing's just absorbing all the damage. Like, oh, there we go. Ouch. It's taking a lot of damage until we couldn't take it anymore. That actually worked really, really well. Just absorbing everything. This guy got wiped out. Oh, that poor horse. Still no sign of researching the big unit over here. They've got so many bunkers. And the whole Air Force is also moving in as well, so they've got this guy and they've got this guy moving as well. And they've got more forces to slowly come over. This guy might be able to help with that. It's not perfect, but it works. There's some combat happening over here in the trees. Yeah, the Crimean Khanate has control of every single, yeah, they have control of all of the, oil pumps. Which means they're gonna be able to build some really big units. Let's see if this guy wants to move. This guy's the only can with a shield, which is actually pretty good. I don't know, he brought a sword and a shield to a gunfight. I don't know what he expected. He's actually holding pretty well, all things considered. Oh, that's brilliant. Because of the fact that we have, yeah, because they brought out these, mortars, they can take out all this from a distance. It's nothing too big of a piece over here. These guys just need to push through and try to capture those. Secure more income, but right now it's not looking that good. It's almost close enough to do some damage. In fact, this thing is trying to aim its cannon, or not machine gun in that direction, but I can't quite reach, I don't think. No, it is being hit. It just needs to get close enough to actually do damage. Come on. Doesn't need to do something. Oh, it's finally getting close enough to actually start getting targeted by some of those. We do have airships slowly moving in as well. Something big that spawns somewhere. Let's take a look around. Anything new researched? Nothing too much, to be honest. Big attack over there. I can see why they're not helping too much, because they are dealing with attacks over here with partial success. In fact, those attacks managed to wipe out... no, actually, no, stuff is definitely taking a lot of hits over here. And they got destroyer can over there that's trying to help as well. And now there's attacks on just all sides. This thing is losing a lot of health here. But it is managing the hold. It's being targeted by the destroyer cannon. And that's literally just being a shield for this that's approaching very, very slowly, but diffusing the fire. That's a lot of damage. It's just absorbing everything. And there it goes. Good effort. Are there any new strategies? With all the income they're making? Any new advanced strategies? No. We haven't researched their biggest mech yet. They technically have 2 unique airships, which they have only made. They've researched one of them. They can't just refusing to make more mechs. They're very hesitant. Yeah, they're super hesitant on that. They're just preferring to send out more infantry, just like that. Despite the fact they have a lot of infantry, they just send out these. Guys, there's some roses from the camera to save on performance. The guys in the trees, okay, good. Plus, these guys are also just refusing to build too much as well. Their defenses are really strong. built a big one over here. This might help a little bit. He just needs to get close enough to actually be able to do damage, though. And not get hit by all that anti-air. Because the anti-air is really effective against him. Ouch. Okay, yeah, they're successfully pushing everything back over here. And they are slowly taking back some things. Yeah, so now it's even again. Both sides are a little bit everywhere. That anti-air is hurting. That gunship is not in a very good position here. It's definitely taking a lot of hits, and I think it's drifting now? Yeah, it's drifting after the side. So all these guys have stopped. They're gonna get trampled. Yep. Casually just stops and everything. Oh, that wasn't good. Ouch. Somehow still going though. And the anti-air is gonna just tear it to pieces. It's trying to get closer, but it's losing stability. I think it's over. There it goes. The horses are definitely able to get a little bit close this time, which is actually interesting. I guess they're distracted with everything else. There goes charging in. And the horse just got picked up, okay. Oh, that's not good. Not just drifting out of control. Doing some damage to the anti-air over there, which is actually really good. Yeah, that's just cooked. This anti-air only has like 2 things left, it's not so full. It's still a bit of a process, just making more mucks here. Like these things, try going. Remove these guys so I can actually have a clear rage. They built one over here. That's gotta remove everything that's in the way so you can actually travel. There we go. And he's getting pushed over the wall. Come on. They almost had him over here, but they just had too many things on the way. We're just building up way too many defenses over there. I mean, look at this. They're trying to build them on top of everything else. There's like so much stuff crammed in there. Like, it's not gonna shift. I just realized there's like, there's a whole lot of air forces going on over here. I don't even know if this is even gonna be able to survive all that. That's a lot. Ooh, that was a good shot. This battle's gonna take a while. Definitely taking longer than I anticipated. They're still refusing to research over here. They have the means of researching, right? Yeah, they have the means of researching, they're just refusing to research. Look at all this. They can try researching next, they're just refusing to research them. Oh, there goes that one. With that gone, that means that that place is now vulnerable. He's got a bonk him on the head with that. He managed to take out his walking system then. Probably his broken box right into his system. Oh look. They got another one of these. That's gonna take forever to get to the other side of the map, but it's something useful. If they damage that piston enough, that might actually pull it hurt a little bit. Well, they're aiming at the other things over there. Look at all these guys rushing in too. So I got building a big guy over here to help out. Just needs to get moving before he gets pushed around. There we go, he started walking before he got pushed around. Okay, just throwing bunkers around. It's kind of just pushing everything else out of the way here. Eventually this guy's gonna get to the side. Or you can step on that guy probably moving leg. Does he still keep moving forward then? Or is he gonna move backwards? He is inching forward, okay. This place over here is still under siege. That's gonna destroy a bunch of those bunkers, which is less than ideal. The siege over here is definitely underway. They built another one. Except that one's missing its leg. That's unfortunate. I guess it spawned this joy where the leg couldn't spawn properly. They have shots being fired all over this over there. Gunship over there, it's taking a lot of hits. A lot of gunships over there. Air-to-air combat over here. And they're close enough to get repaired, which is nice. This is a really good choice here if we find them. First thing has lost some of his legs, but still able to move forward just really slowly. And over here, it's checking on some of that anti-air and stuff. There was a destroyer cannon here that's completely wiped out. That thing's actually getting really close, surprisingly. Maybe I'm just gonna like that it's still going. And so use the mech to take back that. Pretty good. Oh, they built a big guy out here. It's kind of a weird spot to build him. He's kind of like in between everything, which is less than ideal. He is breaking. I don't know why he spawned over there. He's gonna need to find a way to get out of that. Actually, no, his shield is stuck. Yeah, he's not getting out of this. Let me remove him. Probably should have spawned more over there. I guess I built him at the wrong time, which is super unfortunate. And they got rid of all of the air attacks over here, and now it's time for them to push back however they can. They have control over the whole map again. Hopefully this anti-air won't be a problem, but it's still very, very dangerous. Oh, they researched artillery. I think Arabia has gone to desperate measures here. They just have to save up to make it. Both of these are actually getting close enough to be able to take some stuff down. Now destroyer cannon is now, the one that's over there is actually ready to try defending all this as best it can. Is it aiming at the anti-air? It is. No more anti-air. With that, everything else can start getting targeted. We start taking out the other one. Yep. So now this guy's actually viable. He can get close enough to actually start doing some serious damage if his weapons weren't gone. Oh well. That's unfortunate. I guess the only thing you can do now is just try to get close enough. All these air units are not going to be able to rush in as best as they can. This guy over here is still being a defensive structure. They tried to make a big melee unit, but yeah, that was unfortunate. Alright. Did this one over here do anything interesting? Anything new to research? Not really. It's only the other one that's really trying to do anything really crazy. That's how things are right now. There's not much they can do. The whole map is being controlled. And they've got some really big mechs that are doing that problem. You check out the AI on this guy, so now he's just sitting there being a big block of armor. this guy back just exploded in front of me. That's gonna be doing its best. We got a field gun over here. It's at least something. Oh, because this doesn't have any more weapons, I could just remove it. This I can also remove this doesn't have anything. Anything else that's completely weaponless? This doesn't do anything. I think it's all good. A couple more Mexicans from over here. Get that guy moving. And then see if I can get this guy moving again. Yeah, that destroyer cannon over there is a problem. It's just defending this area. You can see that these guys aren't doing their thing. They're shooting down the bunkers. He's trying to. Ooh, that was a direct hit. Oh yeah, they researched their super big mech over here now. That's their biggest mech. Which is gonna be quite a lot of power if they can build it. Not over here. Are they doing anything interesting? How's their research? Nothing too much. Oh, yeah, but that's it. That thing is literally just like one hit away from being completely removed. Look around, see what else is. Anything like that. I think this match is almost over. Once one goes, the other one follows, and this one over here is definitely being heavily targeted. He's running out of bunkers. And since everything over here is being very quickly cleaned up, these guys are all getting very, very close, and they can probably shot everything here. I might keep flying up at the right spots. Okay. Yep, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. All this is just slowly charging forward. I'm hoping they try to build a big mountain because I think it'd be really cool to see. All these airships are being shot down. At least there's a lot less defending here. Just gotta keep moving. The fact that he's been stuck on that for so long basically prevents that team from getting it back. Everything just switched over to switch targets. They're going after, is it the field cannon or what are they going after? Damage. this guy's so fast that the warriors can't even hit him. Okay, taking back that pump, so at least gives him something to work with. Nothing glamorous, but it works. Flamethrower going in to try to take out a field cannon. Some Rangers blocking this guy from being able to move. This guy fell over. He did manage to take out the infantry that was there, at least. Yeah, the odds are evened out again. It looks like this base has taken a lot of damage to the defenses, but they're going to be able to build back up. A lot of stuff being taken back and forth around here. We even got some defenses over there that are firing across to help defend. Oh, that sneak attack failed. Very swiftly noticed. Take a look to see what's been researched. Well, this one's still not researching, to be honest. That's been handed back and forth over there. Over here, they've researched. No, they're not wanting to research over here that much. Seems like that side over there as well, the research is happening for both teams. Yeah, they've got a lot of the mechs over here. And the airship. I wonder if they're going to research the other airship, or if they're even going to bother trying to use an airship. I think airships would be a really good option. There's no anti-air over here, so it would be brilliant. This guy's falling open and open. This guy loses a sensor that makes him able to stop firing. No, he's just detecting that and he's playing with it. He'll stop eventually. Got this some combat happening over there. Make a daytime again. Yep. This guy's still just carefully moving forward. Oof, probably about all over it. Oh, they made another one. Okay. That's gonna slowly move. Nothing being built over here. Maybe they're finally researching new stuff. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, they were just building another one of those. Is it gonna get stuck in this building, or is it gonna go through here? It's going through the gap. Nice. And this guy will detach eventually. What attacks over here? They're trying to weaken the defenses on these bases. Alright, those are another one of those big guys. Just gonna slowly move along. This guy's stuck in a bunker, so let's remove the bunker. There we go. Oh, this guy was built perfectly, too. Nice. It really depends on like maybe when they spawn and start turning. This guy's gonna get stuck on that, so let's remove that. You just have to remove those anti-air turrets one way or another, and that guy can actually do some serious damage. This guy's kind of annoying, and I think he's getting stuck on that, so I'm gonna remove him here. Yeah. All kinds of mechs around the place. Just gonna get stuck on this. Oh, look what they built. I'm gonna remove this so we can actually start walking. I might have to remove this too. Yeah. Finally, just a really big mech right now. That thing is huge. You can see it just walking around. That one might get stuck on that, which would be really unfortunate. And try to get these infantry to run forward. Dude, this is the kind of mech you use to just charge it and absorb everything. Well, this one's just damage absorption all the way. Oh, this guy's gone close enough to actually start firing at things. Nice. The anti-air is focused on the infantry, which is actually decent. Let's remove this. See, there's an anti-air that's placed on top of other buildings, and I remove that. Now this guy just needs to get close enough to actually start wiping out all those bunkers and stuff, but the anti-air goes in first. Ouch. That's unfortunate. And some more forces slowly pushing through over here. Remove all the bunkers, place on top of bunkers. Kind of just rebuilding their defense. Sorry, rebuilding their defenses over here. Yeah, this guy is going to completely push back. He's not walking forward anymore. And these battles are brutal. Man, that went right into the shield. Right through it, too. Quite a bit of damage. Everything else here is slowly making its way over. Guy might get distracted with that, I don't know. Yeah, he might just land on that, so that's not good. He might get stuck. Oh, the shot going straight through his leg. Put up his shield so he can at least protect himself a little bit. This is a mortar fire going on over here. Yeah, that mortar is just firing up and over everything. But shots being fired at long range, which is not good for any of these. This guy might not get stuck, which is great. Let's see what else we need to move around over here. Anything else that got stuck? We're going to the gunship, that's good. Really bad that they're like firing in this direction, because that guy might take some damage. They're all just slowly moving around. Also, it's a good thing this guy doesn't pick up his legs all that much, because then he doesn't really trample things as much as other things, or as other units. Bad news is that this guy is in such a location where he might be potentially friendly fire. He's taking down some hinges. Oh, that shield is lowering from the damage. There we go, some direct hits. But the anti-air is a huge problem. There goes the entirety of the sword. And all these other guys are just really slowly passing there. Oh yeah, probably do that and eliminate him. This guy that's kind of stuck on this phone at it. Oh, he's walking through this phone. Oh, that's a problem. That was gonna lose stability. In the meantime, this big guy is still just powering through all this. This guy's trying to swing his sword, and the thing is, like, the thing is so short. So he's just gonna trample through all this to the best of his ability. He's slowly removing the aid stations and stuff. And these are really good distractions, so everything else can actually push up and actually do some serious work. Well, that's been a distraction, just kind of pushing units all the way through there, which means that this force over here has to deal with all the units. Luckily, it's not a bad lineup. We got quite a few really good units that are pushing up to really do some serious damage. Despite how ridiculous it all seems, everything's actually doing pretty good. I'm gonna remove this guy over here because he's just gonna keep firing at that. This guy. Please stop. It's causing lag. Let's see how many mechs are just up in place. Ooh, that's a problem. As this guy passes by, it's going to be attacked by quite literally everything here. It's surprising because that guy is still alive. He's just like beating everything up. He's kind of just getting in the way of all the melee. He's actually hitting he's hitting all the air units that get spawned. I think he might use this. Yeah, it's using it as mortars to go and try to wipe out as many of those defenses as possible. If they could take out that anti-air, that'd be great. That could be a problem. This thing never do towards everything. There goes the big guy. This faction is over. Okay, there's a lot of damage we're gonna do. That actually allowed this guy to get in close. This guy just needs to get close enough to actually start firing at something. Pick your target, man. I don't know what he's aiming at. Maybe nothing. There he goes. At least everything else is slowly closed in, you know, to actually do some more serious damage. We've got a lot. Over here is working pretty well. That's been wiped out. Anything else? Still doing what it can to just wipe all these guys. They're just taking all the oil away. Arabia might actually have a comeback here. They take all that oil. Right now there's a fight between gunships here. There's a lot of damage being done in long range. didn't realize this guy's stick can't even walk. He's been damaged too heavily. Let's try going with his melee attack. Anti-air. This bunker right here is getting in the way of the these mechs. These mechs do need to keep traveling forward. This guy is not walking, and this guy is. So get those. This going backwards? No, it's going forward, okay. I'm guessing the other one they sent over that shot down. There's definitely some long range attacks going on over here. This is almost over there. I got another one behind, which will help to clean up a little bit. These of you aren't looking too good. I didn't even realize there was one of these guys in the trees over here. He's over here just playing defense. There's some air-to-air combat over here. This guy is really low to the ground. This fighter can't even move, so like that. Got some more guys in the trees over here that are helping out. Now this has finally gotten close enough to start doing some damage. Nice double attack over there. Take a look around, I see a bunker over here that landed on top of another one, just slightly, I think. No, that's fine. This is a big battle going on over there, so I'm gonna make sure not to miss that. There's a lot. This place has basically rebuilt their defenses already. Let's make sure that everything is moved out of the way so that we can actually escape. Because the anti-air is focused on that, that means the other air forces can actually move in above them. I think this is basically just a bigger version of this. This bunker here is in the way of these other units that are trying to move. This one's stuck. This one needs to walk. There's some shots already getting closer to this. I'm trying to hit it before I can get close enough. I need a bigger and more powerful unit over here. We do have options, so if they put things together and start doing some research. I know this is gonna make the big units at some point. I think be a good investment. We've also got one of the airships, but they do have another one as well that they haven't researched yet. This is almost close enough to start firing, right? That's a destroyer thing, it's not supposed to be there. They're getting close enough to actually be able to destroy this destroyer again, which is definitely hurting. Yeah, this cannon is getting damaged. Okay, this means you got close enough to actually destroy these, because if you can destroy these, then they'll stop repairing each other. This guy's already been wiped. Yep. It's doing its best. The thing is, those healing, those aid stations, there's so many of them. There we go. Major threat neutralized. Now they can deal with everything else a lot more easily. So there's a lot being fired everywhere. No, then I was able to fire as many weapons, so we just got close enough. I think there's like 3 aid stations over there. It's like nearly impossible to actually eliminate these. There goes that one. There's another one of those up there. It makes it even harder. Always just sending in this guy to at least help out a little bit. He might get there in time. If he doesn't step on one of these. This guy, he's not doing anything anymore. This. And that. Oh, that was a really good choice. I can do some serious damage if they get around and they get close enough. Oh, that's an excellent choice there. They managed to get it close enough to actually be able to do some serious damage. He just needs to keep firing and can wipe out a whole bunch of those. much going on over here. Keeping in mind everything's over there, because you can see that these big units are also trying to move over here. It's kind of just kicking the can out of the way, though that can could be a big problem. Especially if he steps on that one. Oh, excellent. They're targeting the anti-air turret with that. And now that they're close enough, these can actually start wiping these out too. At least trying to. There goes the support. It definitely managed to thin down the number of aid stations before it got out of control. But right now, it's just so much damage being done that it might not last much longer. Oh, they managed to take out another one of those. Air-to-air combat over here. That's an aid station in the wrong place. I figured something like that would happen. He stepped on the weird thing, he's falling over. Yikes. That, so there's actually space for things to move along. This guy's almost close enough to be able to do a lot of damage. There's some shots going back and forth from base to base. Bang. Long range shots. There's an air-to-air battle here with support from the destroyer cannons over there. Nice. Hopefully you can get there in time to actually support it. Oh, that's not looking good. That's not good either. They really need to switch up their strategy over here. This is not working. Because the cannons on top of their stuff isn't going to happen either. 200. Your ships are expensive. Their super big unit is also kind of expensive. They might be able to push through enough to actually wipe out a lot. I don't know if they have artillery. I don't think they have artillery. Anytime Arabia does have access to artillery, they make one of those, they're going to be able to push back heavily. Oh, this thing actually managed to get close enough to actually be able to do some serious damage. Hopefully the armor holds while he tries to take out that bunker. We got some more forces over here trying to help out too. Something over here exploded. At least lessens the amount of forces that are there. This is one of those that doesn't work immediately. Yep. Getting close enough to where you might actually be able to do something. This horse is in a bad spot. Look around and see what is going on. Some of our next being these, we're going to move that to go from out. More stuff being destroyed. Out here. Everything over here is trying to repair. They did put an aid station there, which is useful. At least for that. Over here, this is getting close enough to where it can probably start firing everything else around here and trying to doing up damage to actually wipe things out. It just needs to actually remake things here. With whatever turrets are left. There it is. Now all these other turrets can now focus on other things. Hopefully. There's a lot of turret fire. I think this guy got wiped out almost quick. He's still firing. Oh yeah, at least there's a lot less bunkers there. See a platform that used to be destroyed. Can I just remove that? Taking more of these. Yeah, there's mechs in the trees over there. If it works, it works. This guy's gonna have that's the most with that. You got 2 mechs stuck in the trees over here, that's fun. I was stuck on this, and why do you keep shooting? That. There we go. I'm going pretty slow. This guy got hit by a cane from one range, so rest in peace. I can tell this guy took a lot of damage. Good news is there's a lot less here. They can take out that destroyer cannon. Beautiful. No more destroyer cannon. I'll destroy all the cannon bunkers. Yes. So now this is a lot less dangerous. Korean Kanye has control over almost the entire map. This is the only oil pump that's well, no, that one's actually under control by the that's not good. Yeah, because they have some forces that are planning on attacking this way. Oof. Goodness. I got completely obliterated by mortars. It is super vulnerable to mortars because how slow it is, but I wouldn't expect it to be that vulnerable. That was something else. I removed some cans that are like stuck. Let's see, you get moving. This one's also stuck. And that airlift has put in some work. This is taking down all of the bunkers on the place. It is losing control a little bit. Oh, he is very much losing control. Okay. He does have a few reinforcements on the way. Not the best reinforcements, but it's something at least. Just spamming infantry. I mean, if it works, but... I've got another anti-air setup. The anti-air everywhere is kind of ridiculous to deal with. Something exploded over here. There's a whole lot of explosions that happened over there. I'm guessing an airship is shot down as soon as it spawns. No, I know what happened. Dang, they don't have the ability to build defenses anymore. Because they need to focus more on their units just sending up. Some airships are slowly falling over here. $700 points and they still refuse to build a big airship. What about this over here? How many points do they save up? 500? They can build a lot with that. Our research rate. Guess I could still build defenses. You got researched. They got their big airship, they got artillery. They haven't researched their big unit. I don't know if they're ever gonna research that or not. The chances of seeing them build their biggest units are very rare. But it's something they will do occasionally. Got all these guys running around. Hold on. Huh? Okay. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go and just overlook the whole map real quick. Just so you can see how things are looking. Definitely a lot going on here. Alright, I'll be back.
Oh yeah, well, we're doing it.
Alright, I can see another big unit has been produced over here. It's fully intact as well. Well, part of most part is missing a bit of a shield down there. That's fine. I'm going to remove some of the things around here that's stacked. That might get in the way. Especially things that might get in the way of like other units spawn, like traveling, so I'm gonna remove everything in the middle. I'm gonna do this for ult actually, so here's another big unit that is me. Got a lot of units just moving around. This guy is wiped out. wiping out everything in his path. And we should clear path right here. That one too, so that way they can just travel around this way. So we have multiple big guys coming over. Over there we got a melee guy. There's some explosions over here. Some aggressive attacks over here. This guy's falling over, so let's move him. This guy's getting close enough to where you might actually be able to do some serious damage. That he can't fight against at all, though, because he can't aim with. Everything down here, he'll work fast. Yeah, it wants to target that, but it's not in range. At least once that flies out of range, it might target something else. I'll reload and fire again. Long before he starts like attacking that over there. Oh, there goes one of the flag. Oh, there goes his out weapons. But at least he's a good distraction for everyone else to actually start moving in, which they are not moving in much at all. This one can't really move, so we'll move that. That. Over here, this side is under attack. A really heavy attack too. That's doing some damage. There we go. All of these should be able to start, like, just wrecking havoc over there. For long range. Don't know? There we go. And he's still attacking at close range. I guess once the sensor detects properly, he's gonna start changing at the long range. Is this guy stopped? There goes that airlift that's over there. We've got another one of these guys, which is gonna very, very slowly walk all the way across the field. I just realized this guy took a lot of damage from something at some point. Remember when he took damage here? So maybe that's the reason why he can't build that one airlift. Because I saw he has the gunship, which means that his bigger airship he just physically can't build because he doesn't have it. That's the thing that he lost early on. Which means that this guy over here is the only one that can research that. He needs some of these so he can actually safely travel. This guy doesn't have enough damage here, so he can actually research it if he wanted to. He's just choosing not to, because he has everything else at once. Yikes. Okay, so this no longer has a weapon, and this no longer has a weapon. That's not good. Oh boy. I never thought I'd see two of them coming from one base. That's one one heck of an offensive. He's not building a super big unit though, but that's fine. This guy's stuck on this one. Repairing that over there while all this tries to rush in to do more damage. The thing I'm worried about is he might actually destroy this before he gets too close, but he might be able to kick things around a little bit. Just a little bit. Doesn't have that. Just flipping over all of the units and just completely obliterating them. This guy keeps walking, we'll eventually get unstuck. Or not. Oh, we're gonna be. So we got one there, one there. Those are both going over. This guy right here is just about going over, a little. His shield is definitely working to block damage to his main defense. He has legs? Yeah, they already know his legs. They're trying to aim at his joints. He has a decent amount of joints, so he should be able to do something. At least he's a good distraction. All these other guys are pushing forward and they are going to do a lot of damage once they get close. That, so this guy can actually move and stuff. That guy's lost part of his leg. He's falling on everything. He is just destroying the bunkers though. Like that, he just completely sliced that bunker. He's trying to get back up, but his leg is damaged. That's not a bad spot, but I'll just get everything stuck. There's that wiped out. I see a bunker over here that's placed on top of another building. This guy's finally gotten within range to actually be able to do something. I hope he can actually target something though. Or you can just waddle in and try targeting an infantry instead. There we go, he knows what to target. Oh, there goes his leg. That's not good for him. Especially because his turret is not a target. This guy's being attacked by area and he can't do anything about it. That's not good. We've got another one that they've built over here. It's not the super big unit, but it's still something that's powerful enough to keep going. They're just sending everything now. There's all these guys. I know they can keep moving. Yeah, all those gunships are a big problem over here. Yeah, all he's doing is just moving backwards. Pretty quickly, too. Can't do anything about that. Maybe you think it's close enough for me this guy can help him? Okay, they built another one over there. There's some hits going on over here. Can't tell if it was a friendly fire hit or a... No, I might have a long range hit from that thing right there. Could be really bad. This guy reloading? Oh, never mind. There go his weapons. That destroyer cannon is a huge problem though. You can see over here that mortar is just tearing through these defenses. Doing what they can to hold them back. Like, what's funny is over here they've got this guy pushing the other guy to try to get him out there faster. At least this guy's able to help defend here. Oh, there goes his legs. A lot of stuff I do is struggling. A tree out there I destroyed. This guy's almost close enough to start dealing some serious damage to all this. It just needs to get close enough. And hopefully the anti-air turret of that doesn't start doing too much. Here's our mortar here that's actually doing some work. Nope, there goes the anti-air turret. Guess I'll be distraction while this can do some serious damage. Oh, this guy lost his entire wheel. He's trying to balance so hard. He's gonna just rush towards everything as best he can. You can step on that and maybe take out 3 bunkers. There we go. We took out 2 bunkers with that. Now you're just falling over, so you might be able to take out another one with that. Ouch. And now all this is just rushing out. Okay, so we've got this over here, which is slowly moving forward. An interesting air battle over here. It's doing its best to wipe out all these. Oh, this is just moving forward. Oh, they've built a bigger mech over here to try to help. Okay, they're not going down without a fight. This mech is dangerous. Beautiful, just get stuck on something. Oh, there's we've got a flamethrower mech over there that's just trying to pass through. There's a lot here. We're just building more and more mechs trying to get things around. You see over here that this is still on the offensive. They don't have any anti-airs, so I don't know how they're going to deal with that. I'm going to move the bunker that's placed in the middle here just to make sure that any mechs they build can pass through. All of this is just going through here. This guy is made it through here. That's going to be dangerous. If it finds a target, that is. That's a lot of damage. This thing's taking a lot of damage. I think its remote control might be busted. This infantry going that direction. Got a lot of forces over here that are just pushing forward, including some more mechs. Over here we just see gunships just around the place. Yeah, there's a lot. Serious stuff going on everywhere. There's a whole lot of gunships just crowded around this area here. They don't have any anti-air defenses. They're trying to make an airlift there to see if they can help, as well as one of those mechs. That's kind of helpful, but not really. Only really works if they're in the range if it wants to target them. They could try building one of those. That would be a good option. But right now, since like this base over here is making that a priority. Just making more and more of those. Let's taking that back. So many gunships. There we go, they made a good option to try to fight them off. To at least protect the base a little bit. Alright, here we go. This might be the final offensive for them here. I don't know if they're actually going to target things or not. Got airlifts, they got a horse, they got one of those mechs and this big one over here. Those rushing in trying to wipe out everything here. If they take out this, that would be huge. Decide to switch targets to something else. They were targeting a destroyer cannon, but they left it alone. Now the destroyer cannon's going after this thing, which is not doing particularly well. We've got another one over there that's on its way. Let's see, there's just a lot going on right here. Oh my goodness, they're trying to fight off 4 of them simultaneously. sky bike is just along the ground there. Probably not gonna last much longer there. All these forces are just moving around. This guy's kind of stuck in the middle of it again. I'm surprised they managed to get 4 gunships out here. The thing is, this faction has such good anti-air with their 1 unit that they can produce. It's extremely slow, but it's a really good counter to air units. Unless the air unit does a lot of damage and targets it directly. That doesn't really seem to be the case here. Oh my goodness, they're just building more and more and more of those over here. If it works, it works. It's a valid strategy. Oh, it's falling directly on the other things. Oh no. I mean, that's one way of destroying the cannons over there. They're really annoying, but like, wow. I wasn't expecting that. Trying to wipe out the next one over here. See what's going on over here. You got all this just coalescing over here onto this point, and it's a lot. Definitely doing damage. No, not the horse. These guys need to take out the anti-air turret, because that's going to be the biggest threat right here. Because the square cannon over there is basically just taking care of everything that's coming from that direction. How did this manage to get on its side? Oh, it took damage from its own teammate. That's unfortunate. At least I got 2 more to replace it. It's a chain reaction explosion, but at least they took out one of the bunkers there. Oof. Everything kind of just turned around now. Oh, they just turned around. That one's still going after that. So some of them are going after one base, some of them are going after the other, as it should be. That destroyer cannon is very busy trying to take out this guy before he gets too close. But that destroyer cannon's not going to touch your opponent for much longer because all this is coming to attack. It is narrowly dodging all that, which is interesting. Let me see if this base over here has researched anything recently. Not really. They're focusing more on just building units rather than researching new ones. I guess they just don't really need those units. This guy is approaching from that side, which is interesting. He might actually be able to take out the base from behind. And while all those are distracted by that airlift, this guy's slowly moving forward. This guy doesn't seem to be turning. He might have taken some damage to his I can tell he did. Yeah, that guy's taking some damage. What else? I'm still just building lots of mechs over here. Just keeping the pressure up with really heavy units is good. Is it any box missile on the back? Did we take friendly fire, or was it just from someone else? Probably from that. The cannon to the face. No, it was a destroyer cannon. That's what messed him up. That makes sense. That's a lot of damage. These out here just wiping out whatever he can. Okay, that was a lot of damage. We've definitely switched targets now. His wheel is very damaged, so it's gonna have to drag that along the ground there. This guy and this guy are both mic'd up. You've still got a bunch more that are moving forward. Get rid of guys that are stuck and stuff like that. Main thing is they're just not going to get stuck for the majority of the game. Oh, there goes his entire wheel. I just have to do like a funny walk, being back heavy. That makes him super slow and prone to leaning over. Which is not doing him very good here. Yep, he's falling over. Just got a little bit of revenge. They just need to build bigger units and just send them over. This base has almost no defenses left. In fact, I think the next attack might be the last one because they might wipe out the space. This base over here is a little bit harder to get to because they have that anti-air, which is a huge problem. And they keep sending gunships around the place. Not only that, because of all the infantry they keep sending everywhere, they're like retaking all this territory. Just gaining more and more of the, yeah, they're just gaining more and more of these, oil pumps. Of course, these are being annoying. Classic. Well, that gunship over there doesn't like him. Gunships have a long range, so that's actually going to be a problem. Gotta get more of these guys moving. Those long range attacks like quite painful. Let's remove this guy because he can't really move anymore. Nice. It's the tiniest bit of anti-air until they get closer. Ooh, I know what that attack is. That's a destroyer cannon. That's actually placed on top of all these. They're not supposed to be there. That's very hidden too. I tried to be sneaky about that. I don't allow buildings to be placed on top of other buildings because then it causes problems. Specifically the claim type of problems. I didn't even realize there was a heavy machine gun here. Ouch. Extremely effective. saying everyone is just teaming up on this one gunship here. Taking a cannon directly to the face, but he's still going. He's trying. Surprised he managed to almost get on the gunship, the spy bike down there. Yikes. That was close. Still pushing forward. If they push forward hard enough, they can actually take down this place over here. This guy walking. Pushing this fuel can out of the way. Oh, there we go. They built another really big unit over here. Good timing too. We should be able to get out spawn before the arm comes around. Yep, there it goes. That unit. Now we're taking out the heavy machine gun, which is going to be, it's trying to get close enough. That's stuck there. What else? Part of the neck. Kind of wish trash cleanup works while you're in spectator mode, because I can watch the battles from spectator. The thing is that if I watch a battle in spectator, all the debris doesn't clean itself up, which is a pretty big problem when it comes to things that generate a lot of debris like this. The good thing is going after that build mortar before it hits them. Some of those might hit. Nope, just barely missed. this airship out here that's been stuck here. I need to move it. I just realized, does this have the same speed as one of these? No, it might actually just be a little bit slower. It's even slower than the field cannon. That's unfortunate. A lot of back and forth around here. This guy seems to have caught up to one of these and he's still trying to push it out of the way, little by little. There is some combat out here. Ouch. Yeah, at least this guy can push him forward a bit faster. What are they doing? They can just research, like, much more powerful units. I think if they research, if they actually build artillery, it would make them able to, hold everything back. Not only that, it has a major advantage that, you can also fire while it's reloading. So kind of like a secondary attack. There is also the airship that they didn't bother making, that would be very helpful. There's also their heavy unit, which we didn't get to see used last time. I think that would be a really good counter to one like this, maybe. I don't know. Actually, no, this guy would counter that because he has a shield. But still, it'd be pretty good against some of these other ones. This guy's just pushing it out of the way. Well, I guess if he forces on the broadside, it gives him an advantage with that. Let's look around and see what else. Let's see, this will be underway as I'm walking. This guy is not walking, he needs to walk. With all these units just walking around. Nothing combat over there. This one, because this one was wiped out. This guy is so, like, powerful that he's pushing both of those out of the way. And those are really heavy units. He also managed to get himself wedged, like, stuck there, which is unfortunate. I guess he's just taking him with him now. The question is, who's gonna get there first? Them or this guy? Ooh, that's a big attack there. It's like a stray shot or what happens? This guy is like ever so slightly forward and so forward. You just have help from the mech that's pushing them forward as well. They got another one up and over here running. I have to remove this to make sure it can actually move over there. I don't think this guy has his main. No, he does. He has one main weapon in the front. The rest are just his machine guns on top and solid ones. Nice. I think they're gonna get that first, to be honest. Attack went all the way across the map. Tiny bit of combat right here. Just passing by. Because this guy is still pushing all those forward. There's a lot of defenses over here. Do have a field mortar to help out. So I'm just gonna fire long range shots and hopefully hit him. There's like 2 airlifts in the back that are kind of stuck there. Oh, that was beautiful. They took out the repair station there, which means none of those are going to be repairing while being attacked. And that means that all these, when they get pushed forward, they're just... No, how is his buddy helping him to push him forward? Oof. That was a lot of damage. Now all this is just starting to get into battle here. Get stuff over here that's taking damage. This is being pushed forward. It should get pushed forward enough to where it can actually start doing some serious damage. And that mortar is doing some work there. A lot of units have been made and just pressing forward. Most of these are just like infantry and stuff, which are definitely helping one way or another. There's just so much being moved around over here. At that point, they're just gonna get to like point blank range to be pushed into it. There's still more forces being produced, being sent up to the front lines over here. This guy's getting close to actually will destroy a lot of these. Yeah, this is destroying bunker after bunker after bunker. We've actually gotten close enough that these are actually able to start attacking stuff too. Oop, there was an explosion there. Gosh. They pushed me to the bunker, and the explosion from the bunker actually caused that to get wiped out. But it's still technically operational. It's kind of just more sitting there now, using whatever it's got left. That is an excellent distraction, though. See how these are still trying to move forward in one way or another. This guy is just crawling forward. Well, this battle's gone on for ages. They're still doing whatever they can to take out all these bunkers and everything. If they get close enough, they can then take out the base. This cavalry still has some legs to travel on. It's not much, but it's something. The thing is, these guys are now stuck on some sand dikes that are right here. I'm trying to get unstuck. That guy's still falling forward a little bit, so he might be able to take out the base while everyone else is just rushing after this base. Which has just been producing some units over time, which have been taking back a lot of stuff into. They do have a lot of well, the Khanate here has been sending some forces around to try to keep them at bay. Not a lot, it's enough. This thing is missing its main cannon, so I'm gonna move that. This is on top of another building. Oof. Right here we've got 2 more buildings that are stuck by the revolution. Ouch. I was just trying to get out of the spawn area. Can't even move. No, not really. I think it's because there's like too many things just in the way over here. Now these guys are moving. That is pretty funny. Not always, a few of them are on planets. It's just that lots of people prefer space battles. They try to avoid planets in the Drone War series. In the next season, I'm going to try to make more planets so people are forced to go into planetary battles. While going after your buckets over there.